I'd say I'm back on a Tuesday at my normal time, but you might have noticed I'm an hour early, and that's because, well, the last couple, or at least the last trial part of the Ace Attorney game that I've been doing, went about 2 hours each section, and I think I have 2 sections left to go of this particular trial, so that would be about 4 hours. So I want to give myself a little extra time, end around the same time I normally end, rather than ending a little bit later. But yeah, we're back again with some more Ace Attorney, and I will do a bit of a recap of what the third trial actually is, because so far it looks like I've been proved wrong. We are not going to be having a I first postulated that we were going to combine a trial with an investigation part of the game, since the first case was a trial and the second case was an investigation story bit. In other Ace Attorneys, they had combined story fact-finding missions with the trial, but it seems that they are not going to be combining the two, or at least not yet. Since this one looks to be another trial case, and there hasn't been any other examinations besides just examining what's in the evidence. So it looks like court cases and story exploration cases are going to be kept different. So it looks like they have 2 different styles of gameplay in here that won't be combined, although they might do it for the last one, who knows. So far, we started the third case, and the third case is going such as this. After the death of Kazuma, who was supposed to be the lawyer coming to Europe, on the boat that our main character was sneaking aboard, we have gone to the head magistrate of Great Britain to say, hey, Kazuma's dead, but I would like to be his replacement lawyer. We did so, and the head magistrate said, sure, I might let you do this, but you have to do one thing. Since you're not an actual lawyer, you have to prove that you have the ability to do a case. So he said that there was a trial going on today for murder, and anybody convicted of murder is charged with a sentence of capital punishment, aka they kill him. And this particular defendant had no one willing to defend him. So we end up taking the case and find out that not only the defendant is actually an incredibly rich man who has done things for the city, but is now currently being tried for killing a poor brickmaker. And nobody wants to defend him, especially since the opponent, or the prosecutor, is the best prosecution the Britain has to offer, who has been on a hiatus for 5 years and is finally stepped out of pseudo-retirement only to do this particular case. And he has never been beaten ever before. So not only are people not wanting to do it because they're afraid, but they're of being forced to lose, there's also something going on with why they don't want to protect such a this very rich man. Whether it be because he has a seedy history possibly of being a moneylender, or maybe there's something else that's in the reason why no one actually wants to defend him. But right now we are doing the case. There are 3 witnesses. Also, there's a difference between normal cases where we do not actually have the judge who makes the sentences. We actually have a jury who we need to convince every member of the jury that he is not innocent. So far, there have been 3 witnesses. The driver of the carriage car in which the defendant was inside with the victim, and there was also 2 passengers on the top of the carriage. The 2 passengers on top of the carriage said they saw our man kill the brickmaker. However, there is a possibility, due to the evidence and considering how everyone saw them be stabbed, that there might in fact be a 5th person who was on that carriage. A 5th passenger who was on the carriage. So we are still in the midst of duking it out if there was a 5th member and the 2 other passengers just did not see our passenger and the cab driver didn't know that there was a stowaway. In fact, the Person who we are the person who we are defending said he was asleep and didn't remember anything from the ride, except now he's saying, okay, that was a lie. There was actually one more person in the carriage, and it was a young girl. So once again, we have another mysterious person at the scene of the crime who no one seems to remember. Very reminiscent of our first case. And while I might not know this for a fact, I am having a sneaking suspicion our lady from the first trial is going to be showing up again. I could very much be wrong, but this seems to be the exact same thing that happened in the first trial, where there was a mysterious younger woman who was seemingly tied up with a murder, who wasn't there after the police showed up and everything else, and people are trying to spirit away from the crime. So let's find out, shall we? What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened. Miss Sasuto? I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade. Oh, that's right. And just as he was saying that, someone set off a smoke grenade in the courtroom. I was told I was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the things that ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGill was talking about? Sorry, Mr. McGill did. I always forget the extra "ed" at the end. My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGill did, actually? There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer He went to the prosecutors? Along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Huh? Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems like there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will commence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but I could alter the whole direction of the trial. Well, we'll know soon enough, Miss Sasuto. Yes. Also, it's Sasato. I don't know why I keep fucking it. Like, every time I start a new stream, I literally cannot say her name right. Oh my god, she's gonna be hiding her face the whole time, isn't she? Yeah, alright. It's the swan lady. There's a young girl next to Mr. McGill. Look, she must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Although, we never saw her face before, so we have no idea. Well, after the rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. I believe you have established the cause of smoke, which failed proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, the sort typical employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What a devil's name. It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from public gallery. But she was caught, and now occupies the stand. Your name, girl. Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such a pandemonium here in my courtroom? What's the meaning of this deplorable behavior? Ahead, if I may, my lord. Oh wait, shit! I gotta snap back into his voice again. Hold up. Yes, Mr. McGilden. I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is it that we last here was the first place, and why should you trade the boat like that? It is all tied up with the events of last night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilden. Give your testimony. I will explain the court exactly how this young woman involved in the case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. The young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus to properly note it off. Then, beggar, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me, and I turned to find out where the scream had come from, and bless my soul, what I find. There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. Oh, okay, well apparently there were going to be 6 people in there. There are 6 people in there now. There was the wee girl who was tied up and the regular... I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather, the night in question, this young girl's indeed riding the omnibus, is that correct? As exactly the defense counsel said, the last was a fit passenger, my lord. Very well. Very well, the defense may now cross-examine a witness. Oh, you're ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no... honestly, Stormpike, at this point, his accent is whatever the fuck it turns into. Trust him based on my accent, which you can always guarantee to suddenly slide into Southern out of nowhere. I have no idea where to start. Cross-exam. I love how suddenly this became our witness we're calling. And now it's the prosecution's witness, and we're cross-examining him when it should be the other way. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and properly nodded off. Then, beggar, a loud thud of a wee scream. Well, actually, let's go back to this one a second. Hold it! And when you first got into the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was always one on top of the roof deck, neither. We were the first passenger, as it were. I see. Aye, and that's why I took the back side as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by that? The back seat? By all means. Is how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the opposite side of the wall on which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable, from where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Then, beggar, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. Hold it! A loud thud, you say? And a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So, you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed? Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me up, I opened my eyes. There wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage, but the fellow on the floor. Huh. So you didn't see anyone? But at the same moment, you did hear a scream. Up from those seats above on the floor roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no my lord. 'Twas the inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes. Okay. I'm having... Alright, here we go. Here's my thoughts right now. Okay? It's going to have been... him and the brickmaker are there. Whoever the new girl is... Let's throw my old theory out the window. Let's say she's not related to our first case and it's not the same person, just fucking in a different disguise. Let's say it was both these two people in the carriage and these two guys on top. What if the thud was actually the sound of this? Like, if this lifts upwards, and if you let it fall to the ground, it hits the ground and goes thud, right? What if this motherfucker is the one who did it, and it was literally him climbing up through the roof, and Bruce Fairplay, considering that he owed the guy money, didn't give a fuck about framing him. So maybe he's in on it, but maybe it was Lady First who fucking did the stabbing? And he just dropped the roof and went it so that the girl noticed the stabbing of him leaving? I have no fucking idea. Probably not. I don't know. And he was like, oh, well, of course I saw the blood on both of his hands. It was on his hands. And now, you know what? Now that I think about it, that's dumb. Forget it. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I set him up on the seat across from me. Hold it! You sat him up? The victim, you mean? No, I did. On the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? Tis common courtesy, so it is. And I find that little law to believe. Dara, Lord Van Zeeks, why would you that be? You wake up to find the man lying dead at your feet in a carriage, and a normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of the London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. A business of running money to exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting that you're just gonna leave the man there? Heavens alive, no! I was just intending to report it, so I was. Only I had a mind to find out whys and wherefores first. And what the whys and wherefores? Right, you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before. Anyone else got a meddling? That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Huh. Yeah. The scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. I think it's the thud of something else, though, probably. Then I turned to find out where the scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? What did you find? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sis, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard was as I woke up. It came from, if you excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious. Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat... Oh, you can lift up the seat. And when I lifted up the seats on which I've been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for saying the exact thing I know I'm about to do. Oh, wait, there is blood on the floor. Shit, I didn't even notice that last time. That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. And yet, Van Zeeks has made no mention of it. I suppose he does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Okay, so the assumption is that he was here, slumped over, bleeding onto the floor, and then he grabbed him with his hand and pushed him up, and that's why his glove had the blood on it. Okay. And then this is the seat. The seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. And only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit inside, really. Of course, an English woman would be dressed in such finery. Yeah. Alright, talk about... Wait, no, I'm talking about lifting it up. This seat has a handle, it seems. This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. And when you say look at the back, you mean the back of the carriage? Yeah, it's Phoenix Wright Omnibus. Yep, that's been there. I pointed it out before, and I couldn't like click on it or anything. So like they're like, all right, they're just putting it in there. They're not even like gonna mention it. But yep, it's the Phoenix Wright Omnibus. Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. And that's what I found. That's when I found her. There was a child in there, all curled up in a bowl, hiding her wee self away. Hold it! You say she was hiding herself. Aye, that's right. 'Twas hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she... Okay, now my accent is fucking changing. Actually, wait a minute. Was it? Should that have been his accent the entire fucking time? Oh no. 'Twas hard to see in the damn lamplight, but oh, she was all curled up in a wee bowl when our eyes met. Me heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. Ugh, you're really overacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You sat the young girl next to the corpse, sir. Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position could often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream. I felt his voice this time. Presumably, that scream was Mr. Faust, who was sitting on the floor, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with a knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the seat of the carriage at the site. I mean, the one chatter did say that last time. That I should change accents on him, but I didn't do it. But yeah, fuck it. It doesn't matter. It's just gonna be whatever the fuck it lands on. It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature. Then readily confused, perhaps, with this young girl. After that, of course. With a scream from that gentleman over us, the driver realized something that was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you. I've heard enough. The events are explained here and clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns a crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. That's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here is a petty thief. Order! Order! It is true, Miss Lestrade. Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Ah! How dare you! What is the meaning of this? Ah, there's a girl. She's gone. Open your eyes. I'm over there. Oh, gracious! How? What was the point of that little sidestep? I know what you're thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This little dipper, you say, slipped up and got caught in that. See, this is why I didn't do the other voice for him. I knew I was gonna have to do this voice for her. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, say that's what on your heads, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast. Or kangaroo court. Look, see, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need are what I got in these fingers. I'm a professional, alright. Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess. You don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs. Oh, this? Yeah. This was in a bag I lifted the other day. Down where you keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, innit? I like the pink the best.
Do not wave that thing in my direction again.
So, you admit you were riding the omnibus on the night in question. Tis alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. It was just like the Irishman said.
The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness to the case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question.
Alright, if I have to. What the girl saw. So I snuck inside the carriage before they looked up the horses, as always. But it was alright, old waste of time. I got nothing to show for my troubles that night. I tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in the hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then, after a while, I heard this bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin I did, and a scream just came out. It's because of that. This swearer found me. It did help me get away, mind. Yes, he let you go.
I fail to understand why this will let a street urchin go, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, the simper itself, my lord. You see, she so impossibly had killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself.
I think a demonstration to call for.
This is where I was sat all night.
And the cubby hole from which you have spoken, underneath the seat, I presume. Yes, it does appear large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature.
Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I parked myself on the seat for the duration.
Ah.
So you see, that's why I left the last boat. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time came and knew she was innocent.
Even though you must have realized your actions would result in your own innocence being called in question.
Not at all, my lord, not at all.
Oh.
I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate loss. Oh my goodness. What a perfect gentleman.
My lord, this is fine example of a man cannot possibly go through a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir.
Alright, fuck it, he's actually guilty, never mind, I changed my mind. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Oh, okay, is this his time to do it? Oh, the prosecution's gonna do it now. Alright, let's go.
Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their learning to have evicted of not guilty.
Mr. Naruto, this must mean... It must mean what? That we're victorious. We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. This here is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Huh? Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. Well, what do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of the cubbyhole, as the witnesses put it, was included in their investigation. Huh? The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report.
Oh, Lord.
The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilda's story, someone was unlawfully removed everything from under the seat.
What?
Order! Order!
How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been affected, Counsel?
Naturally, we must acknowledge the differences of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nimponese friend. Huh?
Me?
When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtlessly you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Yeah, definitely. I definitely noticed it on my first. Actually, no. Wait. I did. I actually did. I don't think I missed this. I did look inside this on the first stream. I don't think I missed this. I think this is a whole different fucking omnibus. That's why he hasn't brought up the bloodstain on the floor. There's not supposed to be one on the floor. There wasn't one before. This is, they changed the babies. Alright, I got it. I got this shit. Doubtless you examine the fine detail, as with any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition under the seat compartment to be? Huh?
Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy.
Sorry?
Go ahead. You tell the court. You tell the court now, fella. How does it was an old elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks? Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter?
How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? I didn't look. It was empty. It wasn't. I didn't look. Ooh. This is the truth. Sorry, I'm a failure. I didn't look. Why didn't I examine the omnibus more thoroughly? Perhaps I credited you with too much intelligence. It seems, my lord, that this Eastern initiate is as unreliable as wine from a barrel. Mr. Naruhodo?
Yeah. Well, now it would seem the argument is moot, and the truth of the matter is that you's all to say after all. That there cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is.
Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here?
Oh, I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. Our compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. Our guild rules state the omnibus should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty in the night in question. But Bo isn't that responsible. That money-lending fleecer of the pick purse lying.
I can't believe it was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always thinkers, nothing but cowards, a lot of them.
What? Oh no.
It's a trick, of course, it's a trick.
Quite so. I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate.
Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please.
Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. And it also makes me feel like our guy is guilty now. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. What the girl saw.
So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always.
Hold it!
So, you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run?
Yeah. I mean, what's the point of spending a joey to take a few bob, eh? That's the rum of a day, isn't it?
I suppose she means there's no point in spending money to make money. That actually makes sense.
Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her taints.
Well, it does clear a little mystery of the fares and all. Paying for passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to match the cabin testified. And one little scapegrace riding for free. The red conk of driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So what's when I slip in the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat? Not so easy, right?
Alright, whoa. She just said she didn't mind spending the money to get on the carriage, but now she's also saying she snuck on for free. Instant, like, come on, instant bullshit.
But your hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, no? Yeah, there are brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck that all out and cram it into a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Just like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could ride under the seat. That's all I can tell you.
Oh, it seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue.
But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for my troubles at night.
Hold it!
A waste of time? Why is that?
Well, most nights I'm on my own and the God permit at least some of the time.
Alright, I beg your pardon. Did you say God permit?
Oh yeah, well, that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while.
And that's when you came out of your hiding place and get away?
That's it. Only that night. This cove was sat on me and sat on me in the seat from the start, and he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck.
Oh, you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat for the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin?
Yeah. Right, mister?
To be sure, to be sure.
I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to leave the cushion you've been sat on and find the child now, do you?
So, this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then? True, the judge isn't as completely dumb and bewildered as he normally is. Where every time the prosecution says something, he goes,
Oh yeah, that must be right. Oh, true, yeah, guilty.
I guess it's because the judge can't just keep saying you're guilty because it's all based on the jury. So they don't need to have the judge purposely be stupid and keep trying to, like, fuck you over. They've got the jury to do that now.
I tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all?
Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with my head and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's of what I'm going to fiddle.
Alright, so the question is... Alright, so here's the big problem is... You screamed, and there was a thud. That is what McGilded testified. McGilded, she could not have seen... She said she screamed because she saw the dead body. There's no way she could have seen the dead body if she was underneath the seat that Mr. McGilded was sitting on. Also, she said she spent money to make money, so she would pay money to get onto the carriage, but also said she sneaks onto the carriage. So that also can't be true. So there's a lot of just wrong stuff like just right here with these statements. Even though unfortunately I'm not allowed to question them yet.
I mean, I can have a look. See, I got under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time...
And McGilded just said he sat on the one that's most comfortable, and she just said this one's not comfortable.
So most of the time, the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over my head.
And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see.
Truth is, I ain't too happy about smelling that places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place in their carriages, so it's option's choice.
Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor.
So anyways, I was a bit scared. Just when I had to stick out under there, nothing else for it.
Oh, she said it was... No. She didn't say it was stupid to spend money. They literally... She said it's worth spending money to make money. The even dialogue that we did after saying that was saying, oh, what she's saying is spending money to make money. That's pretty smart. We literally repeated it ourselves to translate what she said. So she 100% said it's worth spending money if you're going to make more. Considering we literally doubled down and reiterated it, what she said. That's why I'm bringing that up separate. Like, she snuck in yet also said she doesn't mind spending money to make money. Unless I heard that second part completely wrong. And I just completely mind blanked it. Or like misreading both halves.
Then after a while, I heard this bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did.
Okay, the bang was a scream, but McGilded said the scream was before the bang. Okay.
Hold it!
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling on the floor?
Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump.
And you let out a scream involuntarily?
That's right. And then I felt a cushion over my head get lighter all of a sudden.
Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim.
Though not.
It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not?
Well, girl, did you see what happened at the crucial moment?
Yeah, I saw it.
Huh?
I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher's while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke who
okay, when he got up to push him up, okay.
The Irishman was sitting up on the bloke and falling on the floor in the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilded's account, of course. But then, the fellow suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I stuck back down again, but it's too late by then. I should never have risked looking.
Wait a minute.
It's because of that. That's where it found me. He did get me up and get in mind.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute here. Wait a fucking... No. Right? No. His name is Lady First? No. They're different. No, never mind. And the reason why his hat was moving is because he had all his hair piled underneath the hat. No, 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 no. I retract my statement. No, there's no fucking way.
All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment.
For one brief shining moment, yes.
It's clear that they all still very...
Because if she actually did pay the fare to get on, and wasn't hiding because she couldn't have hid, and the bang was the fucking roof closing down because there's a latch there. All right, maybe. Oh God, what if it is though? What if it is? We're gonna put a maybe on that. We're gonna put a maybe on that.
It's clear that they're all still very unsure.
Because, like I said, I still think I think they swapped the carriages. And it might literally just been her taking her disguise off and being like, oh yeah, now I'm this person, I'm not a hat maker anymore. Because when they asked her what kind of hat he was wearing, did he actually answer what kind of hat? I think he did. Or did he say he didn't know? And we thought that was weird.
Alright, if we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we could clinch the verdict we want.
Yes, I think you're right. And I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it.
So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always.
But it was right, always the time. I got enough in the show for my troubles that night. I tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place there. And then after a while, I hear this loud bang, nearly jumped out of my skin. It's because of that swell found me. He did help me get away mine. Alright.
Hold it!
When Mr. McGilda discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place?
I was scared stiff I was. He dragged me out and sat me down in the seat and all.
Next to the victim, Mr. Mason?
Yeah. The bloke had a knife in his guts, he was still bleeding. And then the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Ugh, how awful. Both my hands got covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog.
Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passenger saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilda for a while. Is that correct?
He asked me some stuff. Wanted me to know my name and what I was up to and all that. Then I heard something up from above. Someone screamed.
Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck. That was one would presume.
Well, I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. Then all the horses were drawn and smartish up, and the Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat, and I'll see if they can get away later."
All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. Oh yeah, I didn't mean to sit through this again. I wanted to...
Hold it! Excuse me.
Let me ask you something, Mr. McGilda.
Oh, hey, what would that be, fella?
Do you have something to say about that last statement?
No, not really. I'm altogether happy with what's been said. Kind of you to ask and still and all. Here, have yourself a tip.
Does he think I was asking after his general well-being? Yeah, okay, I don't think I need to do that for a while. Something's bothering me, just can't tell what it is. I don't know if it's supposed to be one of his reactions. Probably not. So I stuck inside the carriage before. I don't know if I'm supposed to press and go to McGilded, or if I'm supposed to show some evidence. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin. And the scream just came out. Because of this, well, found me. Literally jumped on the skin I did, and the scream just came out.
Hold it! Excuse me!
No, okay, it's just the same dialogue. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the game is only going to make them give a huge facial discrepancy when I'm supposed to do this or not. Also, what was the number of the old carriage? Was it 418 or was it different? Because that would be the easiest way to determine if it was the same one or a different one. Yeah, when it's closed, it's definitely dark. Alright, she's saying it fell on her. So, she would have been there, and it would have fell on her. There's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. The real thing is, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be presenting evidence. Or just cross-examining them more and mentioning it to him. It definitely wants me to bring up something, but... Yeah. And it's not here, but there's also the report that says it's definitely in the thing. But also, we can only waste the time. I got enough from this shit. But that's also not her cross. I have to present evidence to one of these. There's like I said, the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was right, always the time. I got nothing to show for my troubles at night. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitching there. And after a while, I hear a loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did. I'm not sure if I'm just supposed to be... Shit, I didn't mean to trigger this again. Fuck. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among the New Testament, I'm sure it would clinch the verdict we want. But it would also, what we'd have to show is something that would try to prove his innocence still. But why would we contradict her? What would we contradict of hers to try to prove his innocence if that's what they're trying to go after? Or we would just point something else and the prosecution is supposed to shoot it down. And then we've got to figure out the whole, because we can't figure out the whole. Because the dialogue where she says, "It fell on me," isn't crossable. So it's not like I can, like, that's something I want to look, I would want to look into right now. I still decided the carriage before they looked up horses. Just like, Excuse me! Free money. Can't pass it up. Okay, what would I be... I'm a lawyer. No, what could it actually be looking for? Like, the issue isn't, like, taking shots. It's not like I have something I'm trying to contradict, and I've got a couple ways of doing it, but I'm not sure which one the game wants. I'm currently not sure what of this testimony, like, what the game wants as an outcome. Does it want me to prove her wrong? Or is it trying to get me to present something that makes him less guilty? I don't see... Like, if the lawyer put in the thing from Scotland Yard that said it was full, then maybe I could bring up something with that. But he never entered that. He just has the book in there. Gosh, is careful of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose after all, not anyone... Unless they want me to... Yeah, because I can't bring up the people. I can't even bring up a person here to say this person and their testimony is different. Alright, I'll just say, you heard a loud bang. How can it be a bang when he was stabbed? Feels like there's something in a... Is there just more in a cross? Hold it! And I already talked to him after the statement. So it was a bang and then he got up. Why would there be a bang with him not on the seat anymore? He could have in the moment. The accused would know the stab his victim, could it not? I pushed the cushion to quick butchers while I had a chance to deny. Sitting the bloke what had fallen on the floor on the opposite seat. Huh. Fuck, I have no clue what it wants me to even try doing here. Does it want me just to show the carriage?
Objection!
That reveals a damning inconsistency in the last statements.
Damning, you say? As I look at you, counsel, I see your trembling hand, your pallid expression, your proposing brow, huh? It seems to me that is the damning inconsistency here, with the misplaced confidence of your assertion.
Ugh. He has a damning tongue.
You invited, sir.
Yeah, I honestly don't know what what the hell it wants. Right, nothing to show for me troubles. It's not like I have evidence of money that she's made. I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses. I wish I had other people's testimony that I could bring up. And do that now, rather than not being able to do that.
Hold it!
Because that seems off to me. Yeah. What's the point of... Oh, wait, yeah. What's the point of spending a Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's the rum idea in it. Okay, so she did say, yeah, what's the point of spending money if I'm going to make money? Okay. I suppose she means there's no point in spending money to make money. Actually makes sense. Okay, okay. I did read that entire statement wrong.
Counsel, man, mind that the girl's a pretty thief. Following me from the tents.
4 passengers at 5. So, this, right here. This is what's wrong. If she just said she didn't pay for it. See, this is what's confusing me. He's now saying 4 passengers at 5 pence apiece. But she also just said she didn't spend money. So this is what I should be...
Excuse me!
Miss Lestrade. Did something spring to mind when you heard that last statement, perhaps? Lol. No, it seems not. Forget I asked. But, No. No. The thing is, there was only supposed to be 4 of them. I guess 4 at 5 pence. Never mind. I don't know. My brain is just trying to find anything here to latch onto. But for the life of me, I don't know what the fuck they want.
Objection!
Is it Is it supposed to be this?
Objection!
I have no fucking clue. Oh, is it? Oh, was this it? The witness's last statement is clear odds of this piece of evidence.
No, I'm sorry, counsel, but I failed to see the connection.
Oh.
And for heaven's sake, would you kindly desist from that wide-eyed, panic-stricken look?
Nope, that wasn't it either. Okay. Yeah, I honestly don't know. What you got, Stormpike? I have no clue what I'm supposed to be even trying to do here. Why would I be doing a cross-examination of my own person? Oh. Okay.
Hold it!
Oh, now, oh, okay. So the problem is, he didn't do this reaction the first time because you needed to listen through all of their reactions and then you needed to listen to them all again. Alright, whatever. Alright, this is just the new system messing with me. Because he honestly should have done this reaction before we listened to all the statements through the first time. He should have done this from the beginning. Because basically this makes me have to literally go through, press every fucking testimony twice now, trying to get the reaction I'm looking for. That kind of sucks. Having to sit through all the dialogue twice to try to get the game to clearly tell you there's a problem, rather than going through it once and then going, wait a minute, and then using something they said to mess with it later.
Excuse me.
Okay. I don't know. I don't like this new multi-pressing system. It's really just extending the time I have to fuck around. There's something wrong, Mr. Like, he should have done this the first time she said this, and not made me do it twice.
Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel?
I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself.
Oh, no. 'Twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was.
I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now.
Aye, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well.
Okay, now he's just putting words to make her say the bang wasn't that loud. The bang was louder than it actually was.
Yeah. I suppose it does.
Huh? Miss Lestrade. Did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps?
Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring.
But jabbers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp.
What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue.
Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers?
It's profoundly important.
My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important.
They're profoundly important, but all she said was that she heard nothing.
Yes, which is a profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it.
Oh, I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern mind, Counsel. Nevertheless, Ms. Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating the last statement, please.
What? Superament? What you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. But it won't work on me.
That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move.
I was straining my ears to work out what I was going on, but all I could hear was snoring.
Hold it!
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself?
Not exactly, no.
Sorry.
Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push up the cushion and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then, when I saw the swell getting on, I had my head down so he couldn't notice me.
And Mr. McGilded sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct?
Yeah? Would you Adam and Eve it, eh? What a mug.
Excuse me.
Let me ask you something, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, what would that be, fella?
Do you have something to say about the last statement?
Not really.
How together what's been said? Okay, it's the point. I don't know. Because that's not the reaction it's looking for. It literally telegraphs it with an exclamation mark.
Then after a while, I just started bang, nearly jumped out of my skin I did, and the scream just came out. It's because of that old swell found me, it did help me get away, mate.
Alright, so let me go back to this one more time.
Hold it!
Miss me goes on the seat on the picture there.
Yeah, would you know you already? So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard them, you see. But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to them driving. This pig's to market, snoring like an old dog he was.
Are there any conclusions we can draw from that? I wonder. That doesn't add up. You said no one got in and out. Miss Lestrade, what have you just told the court? It's clear at odds with the facts.
Ah?
At odds? Are you sure, man?
Absolutely.
It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as well dull-witted as I feared.
So Van Zieks realized it too.
Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least.
Yes, my lord.
I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court.
According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilder's snoring. But think, Rianoski, think. There's something else she should have heard. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The very sound clearly explained by the presence of the person who died.
Take that!
Thrice fried basin?
Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus.
Order! Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel.
Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct?
Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I?
And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded?
That I was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight.
So, you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin on the omnibus at that time.
Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean.
Okay. Okay, so, if this is how they're trying to tell the story then, that means he didn't go inside the carriage. They might have dropped him through the hole in the roof and let the door latch close. So they dropped his body and slammed the door. And slammed that top shut. And that's what she heard. Okay. He might have been up here the whole fucking time. And the driver said he saw... No, I guess the driver amended that. He didn't see him being stabbed. Because he was on the ground, maybe being stabbed here and then thrown in. Okay.
Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure.
And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after this onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all?
Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, wasn't it? Waiting for the swell to leave.
In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Ah! We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts.
Nah,
There's so many other things to pick up on for, but you gotta let the story kind of go in its own pace. You can't make the story go faster. I wish you kind of could sometimes. Like, if they just gave you more evidence to pick from and you could just be like, aha, this already doesn't make sense, but now you kind of gotta, like, take an inconsistency, put it in the back of your mind, and wait for the game to get to it at its own time. Yes, the petty thief statement was clearly flawed.
Lord Van Zeeks?
Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Mr. Schrott's statement. It would seem words of thanks or an order from my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths and nothing more. He's dead right. How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. She didn't even say anything.
I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways, but I must say, I can't abide liars.
Could I?
Mr. Foreman,
I didn't want to judge the girl just because she had some lust and similar ways. What I must say, I cannot abide liars.
Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Let me just get that for later than Stormpike.
well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nymphonese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing.
No, what are you playing on that? Have you forgotten who you're looking for, you useless Easter Amaden?
It's carnage, it's perfect.
Juror number 2 is the only one left.
Mr. Naruhodo, this way, the way it's going.
I know, if we can't find some way to convene anyone of Mr. McGilda's innocence, the judge will rule that we'll have lost.
I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to reveal the critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on the whole case. What do you say?
Huh?
Counsel!
I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? Sorry, I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean?
Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prolong my adjudication. Explain yourself at once.
When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand.
And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage.
If this petty thief's words are to believe, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. He was there already. There's another entrance. He was put there after he died. Okay. Okay. I think it's supposed to be number 2, but these are kind of the same answer. He was put there after he died through another entrance. But maybe it's not the roof I'm thinking of. Maybe he was in where she said she was, and they took the body out, maybe? I'm not sure which of these two, and because of my earlier things, I'm missing a couple of my, my safety nets. So, there's no way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. It's put there after he died. See if that's it. Obviously, the victim must have been placed in the carriage after he was killed.
Objection!
Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that obviously in your last sentence? Huh?
Well said, Lord Von Zeeks. The obviously is troubling me also.
No, that's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been moved into the carriage afterwards. Then answer me this. How could the cadaver have been placed inside the moving carriage?
Because it was cold. It was super cold on top of the carriage, so he was dead long before. Oh, okay.
That should penalize the defense heavily for this irrelevant rambling.
Ugh. Alright, so there was the second entrance. Okay.
The penalty is evidently not heavy enough, judging from the limp in his eyes. So I ask you again. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus?
Okay, I think I was just getting ahead of myself. It is the middle one. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door, the other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open, in short. There is no entrance in the cabin other than the door.
Objection!
But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered.
Oh, really?
Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin.
Huh? Alright, counsel. Defense will identify the location for the court. Here is the omnibus in which the incident occurred. Where on earth is the entrance by which the proposed victim entered the cabin?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight.
I say, the skylight.
Objection!
You ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words, however.
Objection!
The skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim, but do you have a shred of evidence to support your airplane theory?
Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor.
Yes, which has already been explained. As the sound of the victim falling from his seat, having been assailed with a dagger.
Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from his seat onto the floor really make such a loud noise as the witness described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact.
Good gracious!
Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now struggling. that the victim fell. You're not suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but...
My humble fella, make a wee come in here.
Mr. McGilded?
To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not as much of a case as them not saying, but...
Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say.
What?
I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would yous not agree, foreign ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Ooh.
Oh my goodness, surely not.
Those two chaps on the roof?
You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man where...
Oh.
Okay. My making a joke that the Hatter dude was in fact the urchin girl is now proven wrong. Unless she's suddenly not on the stand herself and completely somewhere else. Then I would have laughed my ass off if it really was the same fucking person. But no smoke bomb went off again. The smoke bomb was just to conceal the fact that they swapped the carriages.
Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer?
You rotter, she said. You rotter. What are you insinuating?
This is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinkering in a minute.
He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said. And so will I.
Mr. Fairplay. They're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and a well-respected banker.
And me, a very angry hatter.
Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's disgraceful. It's scandalous. It's nar. I protest. I protest to the strongest possible terms.
That's right, I protest too.
Oh my god, that's exactly where she was 2 seconds ago. No, it's not. It's not the same person. It's not the same person. Take that theory and throw it in the garbage.
That's right, I protest too. About you, you rotten scoundrel.
Yeah, okay, there she is. Okay, never mind.
Order! 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 This is not the time, This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. No, it's outrageous.
It's very hurtful, you know.
My lord, if I may comment.
Go ahead, Lord Van Seeks.
It was the defense that incited the outburst from the witness. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof.
Accuse? I never intended to.
It seems, young Nimponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting.
Huh?
You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. The hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal...
Intimidated their criminal... You insinuated their criminal guilt.
You've insinuated their criminal guilt. In our British court of law, that is what is termed as a baseless accusation.
Huh? I know I was rash to put the idea forward without any actual evidence, but... You can't just dismiss it without a good second thought.
What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify.
Huh?
I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on that fella.
We have to see the matter through now, one way or another.
If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once.
Test stuff. Oh, they're actually chanting.
What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo?
The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy.
Mr. Fairplay, Mr. First. My lord. You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense?
Yes, my lord.
I didn't come here for this.
There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Refuting the accusation. Accusation.
We were only the two people on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that.
If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think that one or the other would have noticed?
In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof?
I must say that on listening to this testimony, somewhat hard to imagine.
Now, how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on the open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith? That's right, you see?
We're innocent, I tell you.
Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with each other.
What?
Eh?
According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings.
Ah, well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich.
Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So, why do I feel so uneasy?
Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord. All right, well, I'm doing this again with only one, but I think I'm definitely going to have them fuck each other's testimony up. Refuting the accusation.
We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that.
Hold it!
So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the rooftop deck?
Absolutely not, Dickin.
No question about it, he said. Not at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here.
Is this true, Mr. McGolded?
Dear me, my lord. At the time I risk repeating myself. I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately.
That's an outright lie.
That's an outright lie.
Wow, alright. Now I can't slip into the voice.
That's an outright lie. Without doubt, you would have.
Nope, lost it.
Yeehaw, that's an outright lie. Without doubt, you were engaged in. Let me stop you right there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? Ah. 'Tis all about evidence in the court these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. Yeah, I saw you with my own eyes.
This is going so well.
It's not fair play to kill a seabird.
If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other would have noticed?
Hold it!
Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly.
This some kind of lark?
This is some kind of joke, he said. Is that what this is?
Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly.
Are you fair dinkum, sir?
Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you.
I'd give you the keys of the vault if I could sleep in all that bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again.
That's extreme.
It was extreme, I tell you. Now we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked.
I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear you at all.
That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone.
Now, 'twas a code night, so it was. People do be saying things that ain't real in the code. 'Tis hardly surprising.
Seeing things? Seeing things?
I believe we had reached an impasse here on this particular point.
You.
Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in the case, then it's only fair that you and the other offend are too. Open and free competition is what capitalist society is all about.
This isn't competition. I should like to be involved in it.
All right, so my guess is he was talking with somebody in the cavern. They swapped these carts. The reason why they swapped these carts is because Mr. McGilded and Gina were in the cart talking. That's who he saw him talking to. Not the victim, but to the pickpocket. That's my guess. Now, as for how the rest happened, I don't know yet. But that's my assumption. Was the other guy's body sitting in the front seat? And since it was so cold, his body was just completely frozen over. He had the knife in him the entire time. And then what? Did Gina leave earlier? Or no, she must have been in there. Did they actually take the stuff out of the coach and put it in? Because he was going to be in... Oh, what... Was she supposed to open the latch at the top of the deck and pickpocket the person who's sitting in the front seat? On the top of the carriage? No. I mean, maybe. I don't know. We have to see where this goes. This could go a lot of ways at this point.
In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim, so we had no reason to kill a man.
Hold it!
So, you have never met Thrice Fried Mason before?
Oh, Lumen, no! Not once, never.
He never met with the man before, he said. Never.
And you, Mr. Faust, had no prior dealings with the victim either? Mr. First.
That's right, sir. Hatchers don't have much to do with brickmakers. So be perfectly honest, sir.
No, I imagine not.
You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connection.
Okay, see, now it's popping up. Why didn't it do this? Okay, if they're doing it now, why didn't they do this in the other one? Why did I have to listen to it a second time to get the exclamation point? But it shows up first time in this one. I really wish they kept this kind of consistent. That way I would know when I'm supposed to do something next.
Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded.
Yes, counsel, what can I be doing for you?
Did the witness's last statement give you pause for some thought?
Not the remotest connection. Is that right now, I wonder? What are you insinuating now? Mr. Fairplay, 'tis been too long, so it has. Yeah. If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. I beg your pardon. You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At a considerable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well, now, that's all a touch of begrudgery, isn't it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fellow to pass his crimes off on another. Yar. And young Mr. First,
Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir?
do you be making hats for a living, do you not? that's their top hat is sliding about on your head. Is that one of your own creations, is it?
No, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find a perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door.
Yeah. A perfect fit it is. Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is.
Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch.
Customers? Such as thrice fried Mason?
Ah,
There is a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence before, my lord.
This you mean?
I can't be helped thinking that the poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say?
Oh. That's one of my hats.
Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaster was a customer of yours. For the sort of customer, Elijah, that you could have had a quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods.
Oh, no, sir. Absolutely not, sir.
Well, there's really nothing more to add. I wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here were the remotest haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case.
You little weasel.
Sorry, you little weasel. He's better at this than I am.
God, gosh. Mr. McGildet has certainly been through his research, hasn't he?
Please, don't let a little interruption hold the proceedings.
The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
Hold it!
Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time?
I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute.
Okay, well,
I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute.
He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said.
Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. So it is, of course, a fella the size of Mr. Mason would likely break through it all, still and all. What?
Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand.
Now you hold on there a minute, sir. The size of the ting means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we?
let's stop biting your cane, shall we?
I was riding on the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it, as it happens.
This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First.
Oh, I just meant to say that, well, the point is, I tried to open a skylight, you see. But just my luck. I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as a rogue, I did.
Are you expecting me to send it?
Oh, I guess he said not red as a rogue, red as rouge. Yeah.
Are you expecting me to sentence you?
Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight cannot be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside the cabin of shame.
Wait. Fuck. I have to press that again. I think an exclamation point showed up. You can't get in it from inside, but you can from outside.
So that proves it. We couldn't have kicked the victim down the cabin below. I tell you, neither of us could.
Nobody mentioned anything about kicking anyone.
Like I said, the details are little nuggets at best. It's the mother lode that we should be looking for.
Hold it!
There it is.
Fine.
Yeah.
Excuse
I knew it popped up there. I saw the little thing. Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade?
It opens.
Huh?
The skylight is what you're talking about, right?
Why are we letting her fill it
All them skylights open that easy.
more easily than you can load that weapon?
That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, I...
You can't do it from inside, you mug.
Oh,
Look, a few weeks ago, I was up there on the roof of the deck of one of them drags. And I had a great haul, I had purses coming out of my ears.
Mr. Strahd, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities.
But anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted up the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. 4 of them all surrounded me, so I couldn't stop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was, I used the skylight, opened the catch from the jumped right through.
What?
Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin.
The skylight opens from the roof deck.
Bailiff, climb up onto the roof and the omnibus at once, and do as verify the witness claims.
Yeah.
oh, my hat.
See?
Order! Order! Order!
So, it happens that the street girl's statements are quite true.
I don't believe it. The skylight opens? And from the roof deck?
Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for.
Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. So, the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. So the skylight was fastened shut before.
But now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it.
You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, for sure.
Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin.
Oh, okay, it's the same thing as before, okay. Aha!
Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why someone like me? Ah,
What is it?
look, just here. Look at this.
That's without question.
It's blood. It's blood.
Why would there be a bloodstain here?
Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it?
The details of the omnibus have been updated. Updated omnibus report. Okay, so that would have been the body sliding down, hitting here on the floor, and then getting pushed up into the chair. But this looks very fresh, and this looks very old. This looks way drier than this. Almost like it's not real? Oh, this omnibus report is outdated. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof?
Hold it!
Proof.
That's right, I demand to hear it.
We came here to say what we saw, I tell you, not for this.
But you call us both sicers, brand us as criminals.
You call us liars, that's what he means, and accuse us of doing it.
As it stands in the moment. Well, alright. As it stands at the moment. Huh? There is no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves, now is there? I believe we're in much of the same position as one another here. If I don't crack the case soon, he'll crack his teeth.
Huh, I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way.
I couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Although, by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilded either. It's so hard to know what to believe here. Yeah, okay, so... Okay. So, the assumption is that Mr. McGilded is involved in a crime in some way. So, we know that they swapped the babies. We know they swapped the omnibus out. And it was because of the smoke bomb. So, my assumption is that Mr. McGilded and Gina... Yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be presenting this, and this is the evidence. But what I think is that Gina and McGilded were in here, and they were talking. There probably was, the body was here all along, maybe. And then you had the two people up here. And then he ended up just propping the dead body up in the seat. Yeah, I'm not sure which way they're going to be going with this. Are they going to be revealing McGilded as evil? Or, because right now, the fact that they're trying to say that these two people set him up and are lying, I think this is a red herring. Because the only way this evidence would work is showing that there's blood here and blood on the floor. And only Mr. McGilded could know this is... and we know this is not the real cart. Because the blood on the floor and the flip open of the seat were not here when I first investigated. So this is definitely... They're definitely trying to frame it on these two. Which makes them seem guilty as hell.
I think we should try to remember that if the evidence alone can truly determine the outcome of the trial,
Evidence?
no one can argue against evidence, against decisive evidence, including the members of the jury.
So you're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, precisely.
Alright, well, we already have it, so we'll just... Where's your proof? Proof is right here.
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts. And the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible on the omnibus that stands before us today in the very courtroom.
What?
Oh, what?
What? That's utter humbug. Yeah, you can't possibly have any evidence.
No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible.
Irrefutable proof, here in this courtroom.
Counsel?
My lord?
I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is the evidence of which you allude? You will point out what it is that proves the victim fell through the roof deck through the skylight.
Oh. Okay, there it is. Yeah.
Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Why not to kick someone like you through...
Oh, I was supposed to hit present. My bad. My bad. My bad. I hit the wrong button.
Got it!
There we go.
By Jupiter, is that blood?
Yar! This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open.
What?
And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening.
No, my.
And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime.
Yeah.
No.
Order! Order! Order!
Hold it.
But the blood could have sprayed up in the victim when the fellow stabbed him in the cabin. And only found its way out in the particular spot on the skylight. Sure, and that would be very convenient. Yeah. And let's keep in mind that the skylight catches can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I?
But, there's no way to know for certain, is there? It's the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean.
Then why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? 'Tis all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fellow dropped from a fair height right there, so it is. Oh, what? No!
But it can't be. It's all...
Lies!
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we?
I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom.
So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they?
I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it.
Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us the delightful park couldn't have done such a thing.
Okay, so... Alright. I think I also have some other... things are falling in line. I mean, he literally is the one with the dagger trying to stab everyone, too. But so, here's what I'm thinking. When we first took this case, the head of the judicial system said to us that this was an easy case. However, the person who the prosecution is the reaper of the whatever the fuck the word was. He's the reaper of the courtroom. Reaper of the bailey. He's the reaper of the bailey. So the question is, why would the head of the judicial system tell us that this was going to be an easy case? He must have known we were going up against the best prosecutor that there has ever been. My guess is the reason why he's saying it's an easy case is because he knows McGilded is going to cheat and lie and do whatever the fuck he wants to get off. So my guess is the reason why the Reaper of the Bailey is here out of retirement for the last 5 years is because he actually wants to get McGilded, because McGilded, this isn't his first time doing shit like this. That's my guess now. My guess is McGilded definitely did have something to do with this, and he's using his money and wealth and power to just, and his tricks of the trade here to get away with it. That's why he said it's going to be. That's why the head guy said it was going to be easy, because this guy always gets off. Maybe. Let's see.
1, 2, 3, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zeeks?
A blood stain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection.
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood.
Objection.
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. Huh? So I can state with absolute certainty that no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began.
But are you suggesting, Lord Van Zeeks, that the stain of blood was...
Fabricated, my lord. Yes. And while this court has been in session. What?
What a cavalier! I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from...
Wait, that's the judge's voice. I must say I didn't expect such clear reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Zeeks. But, Magnus McGilded, a fella known all around the capital for his fine contributions to the public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that the case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of the crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir.
Tut-tut, Lord Van Zeeks. This will not do, to be sure. With it now, counsel.
Huh? Oh. Oh, did the mouse drift back on? There it goes. Whoop.
I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say. But if yous will cast your minds back, it's not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time. How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the word and his wife seeing? Ain't that right now, counsel?
It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time that court has been in session, except for the smoke bomb.
My learned friend.
Huh?
Ear to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words.
As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during the trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility.
Oh?
Oh, good gracious! Explain yourself, counsel.
Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend had no intention of running from this deceit.
Deceit?
I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take as a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. What is going on?
Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face.
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus.
I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom.
courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pour ye? You rotten feckless gouger. Feckless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus.
Inconsistencies, such as?
To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning.
Unfortunately, Lord Van Zeeks, no one is able to corroborate your claims.
That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut.
Accordingly, I'm afraid to say, we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not.
Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? My lord,
Yes, counsel.
there is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial.
What?
What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare betray me, you little maggot, you better start watching your back.
Objection!
Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defendant's clarification. Grr. This trial keeps swinging one way then the other. I have no idea what the truth is of the deception. What am I supposed to believe here?
I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly is the alleged mark that you claimed appeared at some point during the trial?
The one on the floor.
Got it!
If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom.
Oh, Lord! Yes, I do believe you are correct, counsel.
Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that it was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether the evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there at least is a possibility that the evidence is fake. This trial is over! Mr. McGilded? I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it is all over now. But you're the defendant. 'Tis over, I tell ya! Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, 'tis all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there, now. And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been,
That good for nothing Reaper the Barely has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought I better Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord.
I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in the question is very much...
Okay, so is this when the investigator who keeps bleeding out of his mouth show up and say, actually, I was at Scotland Yard the entire time, and I have pictures. I like keeping meticulous evidence of the crime scene. He's about to show up, isn't he? Yeah, he's showing it. There's no way he's not showing up.
And in the absence of any credible method by which to prove the alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue.
Your lordship can't be serious.
Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position?
The prosecution, my lord, has no further weaknesses or evidence to present.
Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed with my adjudication. As a formality, I'm of course obliged to confer with the defense first.
Huh? What formality?
As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty.
Yes.
Which would mean we've won.
Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all the unexplained inconsistencies? I mean, honestly, if we were doing the older ones, like any of the other trials, all of these inconsistencies, if this judge here is like, yeah, things are way too off, it couldn't have been you, you're out. Like, imagine in any other Ace Attorney where you start poking a billion holes in the prosecution's case, the judge actually throwing it out would be amazing. Like, actually would be the actual legal system. Like, right now, this is something closer to what would be normal. Is like, this would be easy enough to be, in quotes, reasonable doubt. But that's clearly not how Ace Attorney works anyway. But this time is like the only time they're like, well, there's reasonable doubt. We might as well throw out the case.
Counsel defense, your closing statement, please.
Yes, my lord. The defense believes the defendant is innocent. The defendant could be guilty. Alright. We're doing it. Throwing our own client under the bus. I am here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence.
What are you saying, man?
Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Not how it's supposed to work. The second part's not how it's supposed to work, though.
Aha, you're studying British law, but it's still bullshit. My favorite part of British law is when we have the fire. Everybody loves the fire. Good gracious me. Order! Order! This is an unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question? Are you sound of mind?
Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision.
What?
I must say, I didn't expect quite much of an exciting spectacle at the end here, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Look, your job here is done, fella. That's some fine work you've done, so you have.
What do you mean?
'Tis just as the right honourable gentleman so keenly put before her. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality.
Wah!
Wario the Wiener.
I really don't know what to make of all this.
Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming, and any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said.
The stinking witch are always guilty of something. You can't mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park.
Now the proceedings have unfolded this way. I am compelled to declare a premature end of the trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea.
I thank you kind. Well, that was instant different one. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby
Pronounce the verdict of this court.
But we still have to determine if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or the pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth.
Lord Van Zeeks,
My lord.
the case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such disgraceful perversion of justice to take place.
My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection.
But wait. Then we were evacuated from the courtroom. Lord Van Zeeks ordered the evidence to be secured.
I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter.
That's so unfair.
Culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will now be required to proffer judgment.
What?
What?
Anyway, my lord Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense.
Huh? You don't mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time?
Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus von Gilded. Good grief, you've more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. Ah! 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 Ah!
I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, not guilty.
Okay, I didn't expect this trial to actually end at a nothing. I was waiting for it to go like a lot further. This is an outrage. They should have let it continue. What are you talking about? The man's been cleared. This would have been a good way for them to do a trial where reasonable doubt was a thing. Because that's basically what this was. This was reasonable doubt without actually bringing it up. This is probably the only time this is ever going to happen anyway. Anything else is going to need proof. With the courtroom in pandemonium for a second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. 18th February, 5:14 p.m. The Old Bailey defendant's antechamber. That certainly was a long trial. Ah, yes it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil, and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Miss Sasato. Thank you for your assistance. Sasato, god damn it, I can literally keep saying that wrong. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who is actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know all that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection.
Aye, that you did.
Mr. McGill did. Ah, that girl's with him too.
Well, it seems the stories are true.
Oh, what stories?
About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off about their verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say?
Yes, definitely.
I heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Oh,
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything.
what on earth are you saying, fella? Now that I walk out of there free man, then?
I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning?
You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, I've had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and it's strong. Wah, So it is water under the bridge.
Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing resolved.
There's only one thing that matters to me.
Oh?
Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious as abstinent deed. 'Tis grand, is it not?
I suppose it is.
Now the fine fella of Scotland Yard can take matters in their own hand to sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay.
It's not that funny.
So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella.
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much.
Arra, be honest. You're a humble people, you are. You're out from the east. Well, if you insist. But have this still and all, you deserve a reward.
Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. You'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
Into the courtroom.
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir, but there were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection.
Sorry, what inspection?
Going to be examining the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
They're going to examine it again? Now?
Naturally, I'm under no obligation to pot in any more of the matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help out what I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is.
Huh?
So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time here a studying in Great Britain.
And there he goes, free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Oh.
Don't move.
Whereas I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down?
You're a grown-up,
Sorry?
and I ate all the grown-ups. Ah, there you are.
What the oh god. Oh no, it's oh no, tell me Sholmes doesn't have a fucking sister. Oh no, what's this? Okay,
Naughty, running off like...
no.
Naughty, running off like...
No, I can't do that. I can't be doing that.
Naughty, running off like that.
Is this some kind of picnic? Who's the little girl now?
And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ah,
Yeah, it has the same thing on Holmes' goggles. Yep.
oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me.
Grr. Excuse me, but who are you?
Oh, good day to you. I'm the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
The inventor?
Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself.
Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all?
I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing into a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon.
What? I have no idea what this girl's talking about.
Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory.
What?
What for? To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician.
What? You mean, say sorry?
You must say sorry when you're done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before.
An adult? Humph! I don't listen to no adults.
Come along then, follow me.
Fine, have it your way.
Oh, good. You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end.
I'm fairly sure that she wants to not get shot by that massive gun of yours.
Well, I'll be leaving now, then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss.
She was a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now, too? Yeah, you're right. But where to? Oh, I haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. And all our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. Huh. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings. But at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. And the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid as easily as an elderly one.
Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable.
No, I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room. Or a mansion. Surely at least 1 guinea would be enough to get us a thing. Plus he threw me a couple during the trial as well, so I should have at least 10 or so. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over. Or are we going to be joining them on the examination of it?
What's going on? Get the fire brigade!
Ah, yeah. They're going to explore it, and now it's burning down.
How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating. No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
Alright, we know it's not the pickpocket. Did someone actually kill McGilded?
This can't be.
Oh, did someone kill McGilded? Yeah, it's completion of episode 3. Alright, so... Okay, so the answer is yeah. I assumed this was going to go longer, so I started early So I'm going to keep playing more. I'm not done. My voice isn't wearing out yet. I'm going to continue. I'm not stopping. All right, so this was another court, but it wasn't like a full one. This was a setup for, assumably, the next one, where we're going to be doing maybe investigating and a trial, or just a trial. Don't know. Anyway. The Clouded Kokoro.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
19th February, 9:47 a.m., British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office.
Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo?
No, not at all.
It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in that place. With all the gas lights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night.
What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other.
Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned that we owed £3 for the room, the dream quickly turned into a nightmare.
Whoops. Sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking.
In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill.
Ugh, I really am sorry.
Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less.
Ugh, London is a scary place.
Ah, good morning.
Ah, good morning to you at this early hour.
Oh, yes, we are, well...
Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report of the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday.
Sasato-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart.
Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices.
Oh, yes, I was very eye-opening. Thank you.
And, in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end.
Yes, I've already been appraised of events. You constructed a remarkable defense. We may consider the test passed.
Oh.
No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome you, young talent, from such a remote eastern land.
Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now.
Now, in review of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem.
Another case? Already?
Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience.
I'm sure.
I'm sure you don't sense dissatisfaction, do I?
It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it.
What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. And what more were you hoping for? culpability of the defendant is not, at the present time, being established by the court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment.
Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense.
I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent.
Mr.
Naruhodo?
It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth, and then the trial ended.
Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer.
Sorry?
What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial.
No.
What? Mr. McGilded is dead?
I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk.
Present! Examine! Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room.
I believe they're... Yes, they're suits of armor.
Oh, right. I thought maybe they were like lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates.
No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know. And they roam around in the middle of the night.
Really? Is there nothing you don't know, Mr. Sato?
The book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask.
Where did she get that incredible tome?
This must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it made of marble.
It looks more like an over-the-top tombstone than toppled over one. That toppled over to me.
I think that's your financial imagination at work, your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo.
It feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home is made of bricks and stone here.
I know. That's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure.
Alright, well, I could look around more, but honestly... I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead?
After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom.
Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime in which McGilded had been accused of.
Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames.
No.
How could such a thing have happened?
That is being investigated as we speak. But already... the police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage, as that of Mr. McGilded.
That's awful.
The man must have slipped inside while the bailiff's attention was elsewhere.
That bailiff really needs to pay more attention.
How could that have happened?
That is also being investigated as we speak.
Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus.
Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection.
Sorry, what inspection?
They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
An inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage.
But then who was Mr. McGilded talking about?
Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police.
Poor Mr. McGilded.
Alright, before I continue, I'm gonna get a drink and I'll be right back. Thirsty.
So, how do you find your first taste of a country's Supreme Court?
Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was... wow.
Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. The solemnity of Great Britain's great history. It really is a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few decades old.
Wow, Sasato has such a way with words.
And you seem to have a way of falling into the right ones.
The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. By the way, do you know where my pigeons are coming from? Aha! You'll have to figure that out in the next court case.
The most advanced in the world, is it?
It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair.
Simple? That was simple?
As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose.
I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple.
The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny?
No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree?
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, never mind. You exceed my expectations, I freely admit. That much at least is undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I have prepared a new case for you that I mentioned before.
What's going on? What was he going to say before? Yeah, you couldn't have lost because of course McGilded is gonna fucking do this. He does it all the time.
Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned?
Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes.
Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite as urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different.
Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind?
That is to say, no one has died as yet. And the trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. Aha, the trial's not starting today, it's starting tomorrow!
Ha, so the trial's tomorrow then.
Is everything alright?
Oh, yeah, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it left me wondering if I'm really cut out to be a lawyer.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo.
I don't know if I could face anything in that courtroom again after McGilded's trial.
Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh? If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome.
The most terrible end awaits the defendant.
Yes, that's right.
Ugh, here we go again. But if it's not a murder... But if it's not a murder and only murder gets capital punishment, then why are you worried about his terrible end? Unless you're vague posting at this point.
Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is never ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits.
Last time he mentioned 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time.
And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you.
Oh, what is it?
Yesterday, you remarked upon something. That you intended to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds.
Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how great justice system of the world worked, so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing. Oh.
Another thing? Continue.
On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important I have to do.
Something very important? And what exactly would that be?
He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he ever made it to Great Britain.
You're out of time. Well, thank you for enlightening this discussion.
Mr. Naruhodo, what was that all about? Mr. Sogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me.
I urge you both to focus your attention on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to appraise you of the details.
How long has he been there?
So, I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell.
There's something very important I have to do, Kazuma-san. Tama? What did you mean?
I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we better talk to the detective, don't you think?
Yes, you're right.
I just hope I'm imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us and all. Fish and chips. Honestly, I'd take some fish and chips. Oh my, not only is it fish and chips, it's an endless decanter of fish and chips. Could we trouble you? Okay, what the fuck do I do for this guy's voice now?
What do you think?
Lovely weather, isn't it?
What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about weather doesn't even get English gent eaten out of your hand, you know.
But Zasada-san told me it was foolproof.
I'm a busy man, a very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to live like the few we're talking to.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry.
Can you imagine what other officers here will be saying, Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. And all because some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Hear that weapon sound? That's my reputation at the yard, going to town.
There's no need to rip us apart as well.
I don't believe you've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Sue. It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it?
It's unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine.
Unbelievable. How did she pull that off?
So, those strong-hearted has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard.
Gregson? Inspector Gregson?
What's the matter with Sasato-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her?
Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson?
You're acting like you know this man, Mrs. Sato, but he's a London detective.
Oh, I do know him very well, in fact.
Very well.
Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes.
Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Ranst magazine?
That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry.
Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible.
No, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Soames isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time.
Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders.
Those are his own words. That's his highest praise?
Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for his giving compliments, you see.
That is not, and thanks to that magazine, my name is known all over London town now.
That's great, isn't it?
I have to admit that to start with was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the Yard went through the roof.
Well, that's wonderful.
No, it's not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now, whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure.
Rumors?
Are you quite sure?
He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head. Stuff like that.
Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you?
Like I said, they whisper, though I can't catch exactly what they're saying, but I know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. Sure as eggs is eggs.
I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work.
Oh dear, perhaps the sudden rise of fame does change people.
So, about the case of Lord Chief Justice mentioned before.
Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the Yard, it couldn't be simpler.
Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers,
It couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right.
A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she was still laid up in hospital unconscious.
that's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind?
I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a societal takedown.
Oh, I suppose you would have finished whoever it is off with a Sasato takedown, would you?
That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo.
Brace yourself, Ryunosuke. You've angered her now.
Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigating, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest.
So, there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit.
Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question?
Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one.
Sorry?
There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now.
Oh, why ever not?
Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Barak von Zakes.
No.
Sounds like you've heard of him then?
Oh yes, we're very familiar with Lord Van Zeeks. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself.
The Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Bardock Van... Bardock. Lord Barak von Zeeks. We faced in court only yesterday.
Mr. McGilded told us about him before.
Yeah, because if he was Bardock, he'd be a brilliant scientist, not a lawyer.
Mr. McGilded told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When Van Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And at every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned.
This Reaper of the Bailey nickname. I suppose it's earned that because every defendant he advocates against for is found guilty? Is that it?
Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Norohodo secured a verdict of not guilty.
And what of it?
Oh, well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Barely, it's not impossible to save the defendant.
No, you really don't have a clue, do you?
Well, what do you mean?
What happened to the bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Magnus McGilded came a crapper in the omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you?
What are you saying?
Look, if Van Zeeks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, it'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how things goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you.
Are we really supposed to believe that?
Right, well, I filled you in as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. So if I'll be heading back to the crime scene now, we're also carrying out a few investigations there.
It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place?
That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over there into the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself.
You've branded him a criminal already?
He's as good as. Shaking like a leaf in his cell, he is. I'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's in mate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way.
Inmate 53. Thank you. So, there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say.
Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in the courtroom again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too.
But if the man they arrested is innocent...
You could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell.
And I, for one, wouldn't find that sight that funny.
So,
if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'm able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try. So I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help?
did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant.
Thank you. So then, shall we?
Yes, let's go.
Briar Road and the prison. Let's go to the prison first. On 19th of February, local prison. Cell 9. So these are British prison cells.
Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon.
Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells are a lot cozier than these cold stone walls.
Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse.
Apparently, our client is in this cell here. But it's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like.
Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop hiding in the back of the cell and show your face at once.
Am I a cat? As yet with no name? Calling me by a number. It's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer.
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think is going on here?
I have no idea. But I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Excuse me, but who? Shh, quiet.
They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening, even now. I can sense it.
Right. So, could I ask you who you?
There you are. You couldn't curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost.
A ghost?
We mean you no harm, prisoner-san. Are you Japanese by any chance?
This is beyond my wildest dreams. Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's fine. You're just a little surprised, that's all.
Imagine it! I've been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment!
Who could have guessed that this new client of Lord Strongheart assigned this to would turn out to be a fellow Japanese?
Ah, what compassion my fellow countrymen show to dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon!
A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been some kind of a misunderstanding here.
I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? You've been detained as a suspect, for example.
Yes, I can, I will. Shan't stay sullen and silent.
I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but seems happy.
He does. And let's hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Sasato Mikotoba.
I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably, notoriously named Natsume. Sosoki Natsume.
Sasuke Natsume. Sasuke Natsume-san. What an unnatural name.
Call me Sasuke, please. I'm a poet, you see, a writer of haikus,
And you look a lot like Edgar Allan Poe. Kind of. Or Mark Twain, kind of.
It's something of a nom de plume.
A nom de plume, you mean an alias?
That's right, Naruhodo-san.
No! Don't be prosaic. It's much more refined than that.
And haiku? That really reminds me of home.
Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent over by the government?
Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery. And now this! It's beyond the pale!
Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here?
No! I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course.
Oh.
But just because this government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it. No!
What do you mean?
Oh, sorry, what do you mean?
They told me to study English literature. That I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable.
I see.
Oh, I see.
So the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on white washi!
You must be a man of great standing.
Oh, yes. So I'm often told.
And often like to be told, it seems. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Sasuke-san?
No, I didn't do it. No, I didn't commit that atrocious murder.
Murder?
Oh, no. It's all right. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes.
Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker?
I didn't see anyone.
What?
If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here?
Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated.
Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? That's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably
God damn it.
irritatingly inconvenient.
So, Sasuke-san was here at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker?
It's vital that we find out more about the case. It was an cursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I had been to the bookshop by the size some books, and I was on my way back to the accursed lodgings. Sure, the bookshop wasn't a curse too. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I made out a silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed into the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet.
How terrible.
I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard.
Slightly exaggerating there, perhaps.
I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran. I ran so far away. I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. I ran all night and day.
That's not good.
They'll say it was shameful. I know, to run away like that.
Tell me, Sasuke-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours?
Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I know any of these fair-haired Englishmen? And a young woman at that. I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people.
I see. A young woman unknown to Sasuke-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you?
Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul.
No one? Oh, great.
So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time? That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it?
Huh? Well, what conundrum? What do you mean, Sasuke-san? What's the conundrum? I keep saying Sasuke, it's Sasada. I just cannot say it right today.
Well, if what Sasuke-san has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen.
I did. But
If that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit.
nah, you.
No, who would have reported him? How would he have gotten caught if there was no one else around and he ran away?
What did you just say?
Nothing. I didn't say anything. Oops, perhaps I thought that a little too loudly.
Actually, that's not what's troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Sasuke-san actually come to be arrested?
Sorry?
He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So, how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place?
Oh yeah, she's right.
It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. All of the bad luck.
A cursed great detective. Could it be?
I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed, busybody, begone! May you be accursed until the end of your days, Hairlock Sholmes!
I knew it.
Mr. Sholmes.
Well, I didn't expect to hear that name, that name from this man's lips. That's for sure.
It was the morning after the nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst into the door. They started shouting at me, "'Tis the police! Put the weapon down!" Yes, it was the thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination devils!
You clearly had a trying morning yesterday.
And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Hairlock Sholmes!
It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English.
I've since found out that he's a famous man in detention here in London.
Yes, the great detective is really well known.
And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me, this weak, stooped kitten of a man.
I wonder what great deduction process led into this conclusion this time.
Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable.
Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged in their way in.
Of course you were. That's only natural.
I was so terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question at me in impossible English. Fiendish foreign film flammery!
Well, we are in England. You can't blame them for questioning you in English.
Good point, but my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, "Yes, I do," and "I'm fine." And next thing I knew, I was in manacles, and before I knew it, I was thrown in here.
Oh dear. I'm afraid that's hardly surprising.
I'm fine. He's not fine now.
Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire.
Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough.
Oh, yes, alright, yes. They've really got me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in the courtroom tomorrow. You can tell them that what really happened. You'll do it, won't you?
Well,
Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me?
well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a study tour.
A student?
I have defended a case in the Old Bailey, but only one though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means.
Oh, Naruhodo-san.
I'm not even a foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm sort of a locum lawyer, I suppose.
But that aren't bad. That's the mark of a detective lawyer from the great empire.
It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend.
A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me.
Oh, what do you mean?
The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers, they won't defend me.
Goodness, why? Why do you say that?
For the same reason as you noted before, when it happened. There was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I might be the culprit.
It must be very hard for you. So sick inside.
And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them, someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot without any compunction at all.
Any trial for this man would be a waste of time.
Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said. And of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway.
That's awful.
They're wrong. I've studied more English than half the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your very eyes, I can see it. I can see that you have been through.
Suzuki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please.
Huh?
I'll do what I can, for the time being.
What do you mean?
We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it'll give us much better chance, I'm sure.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Your locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
We should be going then, Mr. Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for.
Nineteenth of February, Briar Road. It was the snowman. The snowman stabbed him. So this is where it happened, Briar Road.
Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at the relegation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak.
That is their job, you know.
But, Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. They're often depicted in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, but I've never dreamt I'd come to this close. To a real Bobby's helmet.
What? The helmet?
Of course. I have to try one on one day.
Well, I hope your Hattie dreams come true.
What's the Japanese delegation doing here?
Oh, Inspector Gregson.
This isn't on the tourist trails, I'm fairly sure you're well aware.
Yes, of course. We're here to investigate.
So you've been to the Odin's house then? What you make of the criminal?
He's not a criminal as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect.
We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. The bloke's in courtroom tomorrow, whatever happens, and the verdict's a foregone conclusion.
Ugh, stone cold air of rejection.
Take heart. London at its time of year is full of stone cold air.
That makes it worse somehow.
Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place.
The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, madam.
Oh, and you know I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet.
It does make them look quite the part, seeing the policeman there with the helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this man who will take no nonsense is his duty protecting the city.
Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful?
Being a London bobby is hard going, I can tell you.
Oh, really?
First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes round and rouses all the labourers on his beat so they can get off the work.
What? He wakes people up?
Yup. Raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it myself going back a bit.
I had no idea.
Bobby works for the people of the town. Just another one of his duties. After that, he stops tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to go 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance.
I can't really imagine how far that is, but sounds like a long way.
Let me see. 20 miles, that's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama.
On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far.
And when it gets dark, of course, he has to do the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps.
Oh my. And I suppose in between all those duties, bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well?
And chase after criminals trying to evade the law.
I'm not sure what you could call it in between exactly. More alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men keen over from time to time, I admit.
I've always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Your heavy heart would be the most heavy head if you do. Oops, I hit the wrong button.
It happened around 4 in the evening 2 days ago. Just there on that open bit of the pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind.
It's right to say the lady is unconscious now? You mentioned that she's been treated in the hospital?
Oh, I never said that she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all.
I suppose it means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course.
Here's a map of the local area. I happen to have one on me. You can take it if you want.
Really? Are you sure?
It's your policy that gives lawyers defending suspects the old bit of information to go on.
For those also there, I guess they understand our just arresting, calling it a day. Yeah, yeah. They catch some guy. And he's like, yeah, the Sherlock showed up, told us who it was, we arrested him, and it's like, we're done. Bye. It's like we were up to 21 miles at that point. Fuck that. I'm going to bed. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still.
Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept.
The local map has been entered into the court record.
Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countryman. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head scratcher, is it?
Well, I know Mr. Natsumi is still claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but
just because someone didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can't be sure that nobody else was present.
I'm sorry to have to tell you, but most certainly can be sure.
How?
Because, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed.
what?
We have 2 very reliable witnesses, no less.
Ah,
It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them.
There were witnesses. Now? Who are the witnesses, Inspector?
A fellow and his wife, and the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard.
ah,
A policeman? That might change things.
and this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment when the woman was attacked?
Nothing peculiar about that man. Part and parcel of being a bobby, catching them, banging the act and all that.
Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions?
Be my guest, as you could ask him what you like. In court tomorrow.
Oh,
I've no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to.
that's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems.
A policeman witnessed the incident? As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed.
Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector.
What?
The person who led you to the suspect. I hear that it was Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
What are you bringing him up for? Was it something more?
Was it something I said? The color is drained from his cheeks.
Who did you hear that name from?
Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsumi who mentioned it. He did say that Mr. Sholmes was in the police when they entered his lodgings. Was with the police when they entered the lodgings.
It sure was as the result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions.
Fiddle faddle. The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his morgue everywhere.
Oh,
I don't know where he gets this information from, but he turns up at the scene of a crime, wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case.
yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he?
He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he?
Gibble gabble. Ever seen this before?
Oh, yes, it's Rance Magazine. The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes appears.
Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories. And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone on the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any of Sherlock Sholmes' tales at all.
Well, I suppose there is an element of that.
We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be thumped up by the public next to that obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous as our Scotland Yard as he is to our criminals.
That can't really be true, can it, Inspector?
Clearly the great detective and the police have a complex relationship.
That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not?
Well,
Makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer with his salt would touch that case with a barge pole.
because the prosecution's being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean?
There's no way to save the man now. He's a waste of your time trying. It is all a bit strange though.
Sorry?
The Reaper, he hasn't appeared in court once in a good few years now.
Yes, we did hear something to that effect.
And the only people he usually bothers are with the real scum. The master criminals, the violent ones.
Master criminals?
The violent ones?
That's right. He handpicks his victims, only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins.
But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely.
That's just my point, sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Wouldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase.
Well, it's just another vampire pun, so it's fine. Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it?
No, there's got to be more to it. Some reason he's taken on interest.
Really? What sort of reason, Inspector?
You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? You have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial.
Are we really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it? Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective.
Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion?
Oh, yeah. What is it?
Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this.
By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, exactly.
Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all this, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again.
The trouble is, we have no idea the man's address.
Even having... It's Baker Street!
How do you know that?
It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world.
Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We better try to find a way there before Sasado-san gets any more excited and unpredictable.
Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage.
So, we're to have a reunion already? With the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes.
Hee hee, what a delightful snowman.
I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. It looks a little creepy though.
Oh, it has a scarf, look.
You need one if you were out in this freezing cold after all the time. I wish I had one.
I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment too. We certainly can't afford a scarf.
Surely the snowman wouldn't miss his.
But the person who made the snowman certainly would.
Yes, I know, you're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. Okay, so we're not investigating anything on the buildings yet. There are piles of snow in the pavement here and there, but the road itself is covered in carriage tracks.
It seems carriages often travel down Briar Road. It soon disappears, disperses all the snow.
I slipped over when I was walking down the pavement earlier. It seems like it would be far safer to walk on the road instead.
Oh, but you're rather small, Mr. Naruhodo, and dressed all in black. I worry coachman might not see you and you could be flattened by horses.
Well, thank you for the rather small concern. That's one of the officers from Scotland Yard. The police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in irons.
I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. You've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern.
Oh no, I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what was going on.
Yes, you've had the same dreadful experiences. I'm sure it's the wide-eyed look of panic you were so prone to. It does not do you any favors at all.
Ugh. This patch of pavement must be where the incident occurred.
Yes, it's very wide, open space, isn't it?
That's true. I can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding. Behind the snowman, obviously. Oi!
Oi, what you foreigners doing here?
I'm just,
Conspire with that mustache fella from Japan, are you?
conspiring.
Come here to destroy evidence, have you? Get out of here before I give you a head and go on.
He shoot us away like rats.
Yeah, we should give him a wide berth, I think.
What a disappointing experience. Oh, that's Scotland Yard carriage. They use vehicles like that to rush the crime scene and cart away criminals.
You're very well informed, aren't you?
It's long been a dream of mine to ride in one of those through the streets of London.
Well, just pick up a stone and throw it through one of the windows then.
But that would mean being arrested in order to ride it. Wouldn't it? Still, if that's the only way, help me find a good stone.
No, I wasn't serious.
But I really want to ride it now. Oh, a British bicycle, look! Although the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore.
Oh, commit a crime to do it? Now I really want to do it. I mean, if they even come to arrest her, she can just give them the throw. She just give them the Sasato throws and they're fine. Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling.
It seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dresses to allow them to ride as well.
The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that.
Goodness, do you dislike bicycles?
No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off from ground seems reckless. If you ever tried walking on stilts and fall into a river, you'd agree with me.
We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around.
Alright, so somebody ran into something with their bicycle and just parked it nearby.
Oh, look, the windows of that building there. Are you sure they're windows?
Yes, but they're all filled with bricks.
Oh, you're right. I wonder why. Perhaps it's an empty property where nobody lives at the moment.
There's smoke coming from the chimneys, though.
Oh dear. Everything still feels very foreign. There's so much I have to learn about this place. That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history.
Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks in decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here.
We must find some cheap lodgings ourselves as soon as possible.
Yes, you're right. Cheap, but ideally with reasonably level floors. Do you see all that black smoke rising from the chimneys over there?
It says here that in Great Britain, many people heat their homes in winter using coal.
The only chimneys I really remember seeing in Japan were on top of the bathhouse. Do you think some of those houses could be on fire?
Not at all.
Well, even so, that much thick smoke bellowing up the heavens is surely going to turn the whole sky black sooner than later.
Gosh, you may be right about that.
The clouds look so big and heavy in the sky, don't they? And with the dense fog as well, everything looks hazy.
Well, it is known as Foggy London Town.
I can just make out some sort of spire through the fog. It looks like it's still being built, though.
Aha! Yes, that must be the Crystal Tower, being built for the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. Apparently, it's going to be very striking, glazed on all sides, and the symbolic centerpiece of the exhibition.
It should be the largest exposition in history. Is it? I can't even begin to imagine it.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that. So they're doing the gag with they went and spent their first night at a grand hotel and had to spend £3 for the night, and now they're acting like they're broke. I think that would have been a funny way for them to be able to say if they just left the amount they paid at the hotel blank, and they just said, "I can't believe we spent all the money Mr. McGilded gave us. Now we only have our stipend from Japan." That, I think, would have been funny if they were like, yeah, if they actually made all the money he was throwing you canon. All the little coins that he threw at you every once in a while. Instead of just kind of like brushing over it and acting like it didn't actually happen. Unless it gets brought back up again sometime. Alright, that I think is all we got for now. Can't do anything else while the cops are here, and a lot of it's being blocked. So... a new location has been added. Yeah, the secret ending, you just keep spamming it, and then the game, you get an achievement. Earned 1,000 guineas!
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Alright, this will be the last portion before I end for the night. February 12:53 p.m. Sholmes' suite. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. It is as described in the stories, Mrs. Sato. Sasato-san.
Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been... Yes.
I've never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be.
The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, I suppose I can, yes.
So, if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer.
Please don't mind me.
Please don't mind me.
Ha, she's obsessed. Well, it looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anybody home? Oh, I do believe we have a visitor.
Hello. It's a big new case for Mr. Sholmes.
Hello? Wait. Aren't you...
Oh, how rude of me. I'll go make some tea at once.
I'm sure it's the same girl. Miss Sasato, did you see the girl who was just here?
Oh, yes. Isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case.
True, the King of Bavaria?
The King Wilhelm Grottreich Sigismund von...
Fuck it. Alright. King Wilhelm Grottreich Sigismund von Ormstein, of course.
Of course.
Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventure of Herlock Sholmes for a moment and look over there.
The tea's brewed, and I have freshly baked cake as well. Ah, it's you.
I knew it. Sasato-san recognizes her too.
Ah, there you are. And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
It's the girl who turned up at the end of McGilded's trial at the defendant's antechamber.
I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London.
Oh, yes, it was challenging.
Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know.
Oh, thank you. The tea's supposed to look that color?
Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner! I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend the Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck.
Did Mr. Sholmes
tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, you do?
Hurley? Mr. Sholmes, you Shirley?
Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on a boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas.
Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think?
And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Oh, silly me. I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. I live here together with Hurley.
Ah, Iris, is it? What a lovely name.
What?
What's the matter?
No, wait. This can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson?
What's the matter with Sasato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden?
Yes, that's right. And what are your names?
Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan.
Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Sasato Mikatoba. It's wonderful to meet you.
Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it.
Susie? And Runo? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her, I don't know where to start.
Yes, and so do I.
Ah, move, time to leave. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey?
Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much.
Oh no, not at all. I'm sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming.
Although, at the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us.
Like this?
Ah, thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you?
Oh yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade.
Oh, Ginny? Yes, she's a professional pickpocket.
So we found out.
She was very naughty on her pinched my invention like that.
Oh, you're referring to that trial disrupting gun-like contraption?
Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism on my inventions.
This girl is dangerous.
Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician.
Sorry, your technician?
Hurley, of course, silly.
Hurley?
Yes, Herlock Sholmes. We live here together.
I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter.
Daughter? Not likely.
What?
I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I?
Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes?
Well, I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate.
You're roommates? And they're roommates.
I hope you don't I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you?
Please don't. Okay. They're not. She's not like, I'm 30. Like, fuck with that stupid shit.
10 this last year.
Well, what of your mother and father?
Oh no, they're not around.
Yeah, your father literally died in Japan. Like, I get, like, that. There's no way that wasn't your father. Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. Wilson?
Oh yes, there's something I must ask you.
Of course. Go ahead, Susie.
I'm a very great fan of Adventures of Herlock Sholmes and...
Oh, you have a copy of Rand's magazine.
Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship.
Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world.
My stories?
That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. I would be such a shame if I were the only one who ever heard them, don't you think?
Goodness.
Last night, he was telling me about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came.
So you are the author?
Yes, I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call the last adventure The Speckled Band.
The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar.
Of course, I always change one or two details in the series, here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble.
Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually.
Yes, and of course I know that snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case actually, but it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you?
Oh, so you mean to say... Are these stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Rance magazine?
All written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter.
But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson.
So Sada-san's getting more and more worked up.
Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson.
But what about the doctor of medicine part?
That's all true too. I'm a doctor of medicine.
No, at 10 years old?
At 10 years old.
Well, that's quite incredible.
But Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman.
Yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling.
Oh,
Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl.
Oh. So the Mr. Wilson who was murdered in the first was a case of mistaken identity, maybe. They thought his last name was Wilson and he was a doctor of medicine. Okay, so he's not actually related, so maybe it was mistaken identity then. Either that or his last name being Wilson means absolutely fuck all nothing. I don't believe that. I think all of these things are going to be connected somehow. All the cases are definitely connected.
A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow.
I suppose it does, yes.
Poor Sasato-san. She looks like her whole world is just falling apart. About before.
Yes. What's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me.
How do you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived from London, I mean?
Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all that?
Oh, that's what you mean.
Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail.
Of course, I'd be delighted.
Hurley told me the story of the Japanese people he met on the boat, who was a lawyer and an assistant. I assume that's you two. And I just kind of assumed that you're going to be defending the other Japanese guy who's on trial. The end.
Of course, I'll be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Runo. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber.
But you also said that we only just arrived in London. How'd you know that?
I observed the passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket,
Oh.
so I was reasonably confident you must have only just arrived from the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs.
The Reaper of the Bailey? I walked right into that one, didn't I?
Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited a local prison to meet with the suspect, weren't you, earlier today?
Ah,
They use those stamps to keep close eyes and comings and going, keep on comings and goings, you see.
I didn't realize.
And a red stamp.
Okay, so is the gimmick that she actually does good deducing while Sherlock Holmes fucks it up and we have to fix it for him?
And the red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So that told me that even though you only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case.
I see.
But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow?
Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It's obviously amused him. He told me he caught a Japanese man who was bowling and trembling.
A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume.
Now, Runo has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there's only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case.
I mean, he does look like the one who would just bolt right away. I mean, no, not really. Would he? Like the guy who's being accused who ran away definitely is super jittery and would be the one who would bolt. But I don't think Ryunosuke would. Or wait, or am I fucking up their names right now? Anyway,
There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley's always stabbing his notes with a knife. You know, he is silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my and this is my TED Talk, Great Deductions.
oh, I mean, I guess it does when he does the when he sags down and his eyes are moving. I don't know. I don't really quite see it myself though.
Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct?
They were spot on.
That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction.
You even managed the certain something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery.
Oh well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that.
This is really good news.
You could tell us more about the case involving the Japanese man, you will? Won't you, Iris? Please?
So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, as you were saying.
Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage. But the police were waiting for him in the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene.
Ah, the great detective is a popular man, it seems.
Apparently, a woman was stabbed in the street, in the quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, stifly-looking, stooped man running away from the scene.
A short, shifty-looking, stooped man. Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt. Sosuke-san said that he didn't see anybody else on the street at all, but it seems there were witnesses after all.
Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, stifly-looking, stooped man, shivering in fear.
Ugh, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time.
Of course it did. He's a great detective.
Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it?
Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime.
Oh,
Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently.
oh dear, I hadn't realized the situation was so dire.
That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person.
That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is, but in that case, isn't it a pretty shit justice system? I don't have much hope for Sosuke-san. Thank you for answering many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative.
Oh, you're most welcome. I've had much fun.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about the case as well.
Well, I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene.
Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, Mr. Nuts. Oh, May. Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there.
Iris, do you know where those lodgings are?
Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across the detective by the name of Gregson when you were there?
Yes, we do know Inspector Gregson.
Goody. In that case, give Gregsy this for me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know.
What is this?
A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems.
Iris's postcard had been entered into the court record. Into the court record? Oh, we're just going to be showing this off. Okay. We're not going to actually be doing a trial, are we? Is this all going to be an investigation for the next episode being a trial? Or is this just going to be an investigation and no trial is going to happen? It reads, tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try.
Good luck, then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making some more special blends of tea, so come back again soon.
We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime.
Which I'll be doing next time. So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. We headed back to the scene of crimes. We headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note, the one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. Oh, actually perfect timing. Yes, I will save. Okay. This is where I'll stop for today. I didn't expect to actually. I did not expect to start the 4th episode. I expected to end this finishing the 3rd. I did not expect us to get all the way through the first part of the 4th episode, which kind of makes me wonder. Like, there's only 5 things, and it feels like there's so much open-ended. Is it like? I mean, I guess we still have more parts of this one to happen, of course, but how quick is... Also... Oops, I didn't mean to... I don't want to do this now. No. Hold up. Okay. Back to title. I don't need a save. We'll just start that again next time. Select adventure, special contents, accolades, Taylor, escapades, credits, auditorium. Yeah, I guess it's just this and then one more. It feels like there should be at least a little bit extra, but nope, I guess that's it. All right, well, we'll see how when I continue this, the next story goes. I'm very interested in continuing to play this, so I'll probably do this at my early time tomorrow. Probably at like starting at 2 or 3 p.m. EST, since I have my normal stuff to do. Okay, it is a part of a 2-game story. Okay, so there is more after this, or there is DLC, I guess. Oh, there's going to be a sequel. Okay. I guess that seems weird. I guess Nintendo wasn't sure how well this was going to go, because I remember this being released like a year or 2 ago. I guess they weren't sure how this was going to be received, so they didn't want to just do it all in one go. Huh. But anyway, like I said, I'll probably be back tomorrow at my earlier time, at like 2 or 3 EST, and I'm going to continue from here. I'm still very interested. I want to see how it's going, so hopefully it doesn't end on too much of a cliffhanger. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I'll be back again tomorrow, and yeah, see you all tomorrow. Have a good night. I'm really enjoying this, even if I was kind of hoping this would go on, like, fully and prove something, but it did end on its part. So now we'll just kind of see where this story goes at all. Because I very much have a feeling all of these are going to be connected somehow. There's got to be. The person with the last names Holmes, who was murdered. Games would finally come to the West as a great Eastern. Oh. And the Great Ace Attorney 2 resolve under one package as the Great Ace Attorney Crime. The Great Ace Attorney 2 resolved? Where is that then? Huh. Maybe it doesn't show up until I finish this first part. Because right now there isn't anything here, so maybe once I beat the first part, then it shows you that the second part is there. Okay. Okay, so there is a lot more to this than just the 5 stories. Good. That helps out a lot. Well, yeah, I have the select adventure, but it's just new game and then select adventure, and it's just these 5. But anyway, we'll figure it out as it goes. Anyway, I'll be back again tomorrow where we'll continue some more of the Great Ace Attorney. I'm enjoying it, and I'm willing to play more. Here we go. There it is. The Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Found it. We got it. Okay. We got it. All right, cool. So, yeah, so both parts of it. So we're on the 4th part of the first half of the game. Anyway, like I said, I'll be back again tomorrow, and I'll see you all then. Good night, everybody. I mean, I literally have an emote for blind, so yes.